Next club we have is St. Lina with the leader Dave Deshane. Next club we have will be St. Paul, and the leader is Andrew Uremko. Next club is Bosco, and the leader for that is Ron Wersta. And next we have Elk Point with leader Dennis Katowicz.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the St. Paul 4-H District Show and Sale. I would like to welcome everyone to the show today, and I hope today goes great. My name is Ashlyn Trefanenko. I'm a past member of the St. Paul 4-H Multi-Club for 10 years. Additionally, I am one of the Northeast Regional Ambassadors, and I am currently attending the University of Saskatchewan in an Animal Bioscience Agricultural degree.
My name is Cooper McMillan. I'm a part of the Wainwright High School. I'm in the Edgerton 4-H Multi-Club and Country Roots Equine. I've been in 4-H for 10 years, and I am also one of the Northeast Ambassadors.
Can I have all Cleaver members come up to help us lead with the 4-H pledge? And can everyone please remove their headwear?
I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world. We're going to introduce the judges. So for confirmation, we'll have Lance Leachman, Lance, alongside his wife Sherry, operates a Big Gully farm at Maidstone, Saskatchewan. They raise purebred Herefords and polled Herefords with a bull sale in the early December and host a customer appreciation event each August. Lance was a 4-H member and spent 7 years in the United States competing on the coaching livestock judging teams. For our showmanship judge, we're going to have Jordan Anderson. Jordan resides in Camrose County and was an avid 4-H member for 12 years. She raises Black Angus and Charolais cattle and actively participates in the purebred show world. She works full-time as a herd manager and a fitter at shows such as Olds Fall Classic, Lloyd Stockade Roundup, Farm Fair, and Agribition. She would like to wish good luck to all the members and thank you to the St. Paul District and all the parents that make 4-H possible.
Next up, for our grooming judge, we have both Jordan Anderson and Edith Fontaine. Edith Fontaine was born and raised on her grandfather's homestead. She farmed with her parents and 2 brothers, raising cattle and growing crops. She started marketing Simmental bulls in 1970 and later on a major bull and replacement heifers, Angus bulls and replacement heifers. She's been involved with 4-H since she was 12 years old. And she believes it is an amazing youth program. She is now trying to retire and is not very good at it. I will now introduce all of the lovely people who are helping volunteer at today's show. So when I call your name, if you could please just give a little wave or something. So our stall display judge is Community Futures Reps. Not sure if out here. And our card judge teller is Heather Timko.
For ringmasters, we'll have Cole Dodson, Brooke Katawich, and Ian Brusso.
And for our waymasters, we have Guy Brusso and Jules Brusso.
We're going to also introduce the beef project leaders again. So for Elk Point, we have Dennis Katawich, for Goodridge, we have Wes Jans. For St. Lana, we have Dave Deshane. And Boscombe, we have Ron Wursta. And St. Paul, we have Andrew Yaremko.
I'm going to now give a big thank you to the County of St. Paul for providing supper and supporting and sponsoring DLMS. I would like to thank Service Credit Union for providing a delicious breakfast. Thank you to MCS Net for sponsoring the ribbons. Thank you to Miles Woke Auctioneering for conducting the auction later tonight. And thank you to Cornerstone Co-op for providing snacks and refreshments. We will now move on into individual judging, which I believe Andrew Yaremko will speak on.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's my privilege to be here, and I've been up in this area a couple times, and it's always really fun for me to be around such a great group of young people, and obviously the leaders and families that are all very capable and leading their projects and supporting these young people. So as far as just the steer component this morning, I'll just try and go over some basics. There's probably some juniors where maybe this isn't going to be quite as familiar as what it would be if you're a little bit older, and maybe some seniors where it won't be quite as in-depth as what it could be otherwise. So we'll just try and touch on a few different subjects as far as steer evaluation is concerned. And obviously you're going to hear different things from different people at different shows, and along with your parents' advice and your leaders' advice. So just try and put it all together and do the things that you think are right. When it comes to steers, there's kind of probably 2 or 3 criteria that would separate themselves as being more important if you were to compare that to heifers or cows or breeding cattle for that matter. So steers, probably 3 of the primary criteria would be pay weight, or how heavy they are. So if you were to try and look at the steers, try and visualize differences in terms of their size and consequently how much they weigh, so that you can, basically generate more dollars. A heavier weight steer, whether it's one that's weaned or one that's finished, is generating more dollars. So that's one thing. You don't have to have the absolute biggest animals if there's other criteria that you don't like about them, but generally, bigger, heavier weight steer generates more dollars. And particularly now, the steer weights have got quite a bit bigger than when I was in 4-H. So things change based on the market, but pay weight is a big thing. So basically, length of body, their height, and their width are going to contribute to how heavy they are. I'd argue that their width of body and probably their length of body is more important than how tall or how short they are. So just try and look at the steers compared to each other. Generally, your heavier weight steers probably should be more preferable. Your lighter weight steers that need more time on feed or a little bit thinner finished could be ones that you place typically a little bit lower in the class. So then that ties into 2 of the other criteria that are very important. Muscle is one of the criteria with steers that you'd want to look at extremely quickly, and that just ties into how much product. So basically when they harvest these steers, they take and process the carcass, and you want as much meat to basically sell off that carcass as what's possible. So if you were to evaluate muscle on these steers, and if you guys can all get a decent look, but places to look for muscle, if you were to look at the back side of their shoulder, just how wide and square they come off the back side of their shoulder in terms of width at top. Are they really powerful and square and have a lot of expression, or can you kind of see their spine and they almost fall off or round out from there? So just how wide and thick they are down their top, how they carry that from basically the top of their shoulder back to their 13th rib, which is right here. So that's kind of their rib. And then you transition from where that last rib stops to their hook bones, and that's their loin. And you can tell where the loin is typically on cattle that haven't drank or eaten for a while. Sometimes they'll get sunk in right in this region, or if you've ever seen a calf that's bloated, you can really tell that over their loin because there's no ribs holding that flesh out or in. It's just kind of an open area where their stomach can expand. So that's where you tell where their loin starts and ends, but this is an area where obviously a lot of high quality steaks and cuts come from. So the more shape and expression and width of skeleton that they have in this region is obviously preferable. And then you come back to their hip. So basically this region can be talked about as their hip or their quarter. If you want as much width basically between the pins as possible. So generally a wider constructed or wider based animal is going to be heavier muscled. A narrower animal is going to walk narrower. They're going to have a narrower skeleton and generally be lighter muscled because of it. So as much shape and expression and muscle as they can tie down deep into their quarter. There's a joint here that hooks up between the bone coming at a diagonal here, and that's called their stifle. So you look at this region right here for extra expression. If they have a big, bold, powerful stifle that really sticks out and is prominent, that's a good indication of muscle again. So just muscle down their top, up in their hip region, and then down into their lower quarter, and if they carry it down deep into their hock area is obviously preferable. So muscle, generally the heavier muscle cattle are going to generate more product. They'll probably weigh up more and have more total pounds to harvest, and that's an advantage in terms of both economics and what there's going to be available to sell off that carcass. And then if you go to fat, or if you talk about fat, it's in feeder cattle or market cattle. You could talk about breeding condition in breeding cattle, heifers, bulls. But if you talk about fat deposition, you look in some of the same areas. So down their top line, you can see fat differences. If you handle these cattle, generally they'll have condition over their forerib. You kind of handle them right here along their front ribs, just to see how soft they are. A carcass that's going to be a little bit leaner, typically you might see those ribs be more prominent. You might see their backbone be a bit more prominent. Generally, an animal that's really fat has a soft cover. They don't have as much definition between ribs. They might look deeper bodied because the fat is migrated down deep into their body. They get a lot of jiggle down into their lower belly. So another place to look at fat would be kind of on their pin bones. So if you saw cows particularly, or older animals in a herd that are really fat, they almost look like they've got baseballs or softballs. So just looking at their pins, and if they've got kind of a gobby accumulation of fat in that region, can tell you differences in terms of fat deposition. Another place on steers that you like to look is between their back legs, so where their scrotum used to be. That's called their twist or their cod. And as an animal fattens, that fat will fill up this region underneath between their back legs, and it'll drop down deeper and get fuller and softer. So an animal that's got a lot of fat deposition behind his back legs is typically quite far along in terms of fat accumulation. And then another place, maybe just switch them around if you could to face the kids, please. And then probably another one that's really easy to look at is just between their front legs. So if you look at their brisket region, that's an excellent indicator of fat accumulation. An animal that still is really narrow and kind of loose in their brisket, that's a good indication that they're still pretty lean and pretty trim in their condition. An animal that has a really tight, full brisket that looks like it's going to explode and it doesn't have a whole lot of jiggle like this, I guess you might say, is an animal that's pretty fat. So look in that region. Animals typically fatten from top to bottom, so a really fat animal is going to look extremely deep in their brisket. They'll look really deep kind of through their lower middle and down into their bottom third, and then they'll have certainly a lot of fat down into their cod and twist. So those are things to look for. If you guys are comfortable, you sure can handle the steers in these classes. So what I'd recommend, if you want to handle them, you kind of walk several feet behind them, come up to their shoulder and just scratch them so that they know you're there. And then just take your hand, put your fingers together like this, and kind of just run your hand down their top, put your front or your middle finger along their backbone, and just run your hand along and see how full and expressive the shape of muscle is down their top. You can run your hand over their forerib and just see if you can make out the ribs or distinguish the ribs from one another. If it's completely smooth, then the animal's probably well on its way to having the condition you want. If you can still feel those ribs individually, it's probably a little bit leaner condition than what would be appropriate. And if you can think of what's ideal for fat or for condition underneath their hide, so if you were to imagine beneath their hide but above their ribs or above their muscle, there should be about 6/10 or over a half an inch of back fat is ideal. So if you can think of that, try and just imagine how much softness there is, how much fat would be between their hide and between the muscle or the ribs. And that's why if an animal's got a half an inch or 6/10 of back fat, you won't be able to feel those ribs because that fat has kind of filled in those little ridges between the ribs. And then you can also turn around and grab their flanks. So if you put your back towards the steer so they don't kick you, you can just kind of gently cup their flank. And if you can kind of feel a big gobby sponge, that means they're pretty fat. If you can almost touch your fingers together because it's a narrow kind of band of skin, then that animal's still pretty lean. So basically fat loses its expression. I always use the analogy of kind of a bodybuilder to a sumo wrestler. They're both big and heavy muscle, but a bodybuilder is really low in terms of fat. You can see the definition between muscles. A sumo wrestler has still got a lot of muscle and mass, but they're way softer because they've got more basically condition on them. So you can't see the individual muscle groups quite as easily. The same logic applies to steers. The more roundness of shape, the more muscle. Typically, fat is kind of a flatter, more nondescript shape to it. So muscle, fat, and weight would be probably the three primary criteria, but you can also talk about balance, how long and level they are down their top, how attractive and correct they are in the laid to their shoulder. Do they have their head and shoulder attached behind to the top of their shoulder, or do they walk with their head down? Also, structure is really important. There's people that will talk about how fat steers don't need to be able to walk really well, but you have to keep in mind, or at least my personal opinion is that they've had to be at a bunk and compete for feed and try and get water for 15 or 16 months before the day that they're harvested. So I still think structure is extremely important. Just how long a stride they can take, how true they travel as far as keeping their front feet and their back feet kind of both pointed ahead, and just how mobile they are in their joints. And those are probably the primary criteria. You could also talk about depth of body or how bold they are in the rib shape, how deep bodied they are, But to keep it simple, just try and focus on weight, muscle, and fat differences. Best combination is probably a heavy muscled steer that's fat. The worst combination is a light muscled steer that's fat, because you don't have much cutability or product, and you've got a lot of excess trim, and you've spent a lot of money generating that trim based on the feed that you've supplied the animal. So there's always give and take, but kind of remember those characteristics. Any questions on that? I know it's pretty quick, but that kind of covers the bases. Okay. So you guys want to just turn all the steers facing just side by side facing? So I think each age group is going to have a different set of steers, but they'll be located in a couple different spots in the barn. But basically, if you're to stand behind the steers, they'll be numbered 1, 2, 3, 4 from left to right. So this gentleman here in this particular class, he would be number 1. This gentleman would be number 2, number 3, and number 4. So that's consistent. If they line up side by side, start on the left with number 1, and number 4 would be on the right side. Does that make sense for everybody? Okay.
Attention members, the juniors will be judging in the main ring, the seniors will be judging in the exit ring, and intermediate members will be in the hitching ring. You guys can head to your allocated judging areas.
What you doing to me, my love? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Honey, what you doing with your long dark hair? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your trouble and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time.
Attention members, your judging time has not started yet.
What you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me?
Attention members, your 15 minutes starts now.
Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your trouble and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time.
the juniors are done, they will give their judging cards to Dennis Katawich. When the intermediates finish up, they will give their cards to Dave Deshane, and the seniors will give their cards to Wes Yons. Oral reasons will also be north of the green bleachers here.
wake up in the morning to whistles and bells. The city's got its stories to tell. Voices lift easy, they come out like the ocean swells. Tonight I'm looking far past a bottle in my hand. Sometimes it's all the truth I can stand. I just follow the way the wind, it blows my plans. And I'm tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again. The story will find me and I'll turn to words how I should have fallen for a bluebird. At least you know each spring they always return. And I've learned to capture this mixture of shadows and glory, hang them up like pictures on the wall. Stay laughing through my tears after it all. And I'm tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again.
Attention judges, 5-minute warning, 5-minute warning.
I'm tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above, and I rise above once again.
be on the north side of the green bleachers.
To a mountain, followed a bird up there, 'cause I found me a woman who treated me unfair. And I awoke to the sunrise, remembered an awful dream of lightning and thunder, and hearing someone scream. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around to your day. Once you found a soul your head. And I see when it was blowing, I had to find me a hole for to climb in and live forevermore. And I heard voices calling in my delirious state.
Mic check 1 2, check 1 2.
In Spanish, that's when I went insane. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. that story, I forgot that this is a live recording, so now we can't use this song either. But she's gonna hear it eventually. So they can just mess it up now if they want. They can do whatever they want. Well, I came back down from that mountain. I had to find me a job. Come in and live. I was selling gas and soda pops. One afternoon I was bothered because those thoughts, they don't end. Set me back up. Up to that mountain again. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around till you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes all your head. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around till you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. She will. Thank you.
The hardest thing that lovers do, knowing when to win and when to lose. I won't watch Every day brings new light to help us on our way. Always taking my breath, whether sun or rain. The wind will carry us over that horizon we see is getting closer. This is why we live, for moments like this. This is why we live, for moments like this, yeah. For moments like this, when the mountain calls and the river waits for what's to come, a dreamer's day. The wind will carry us over that horizon we see is getting closer. This is why we live, for moments like this. This is why we live, for moments like this, yeah. Moments like this is why we live. This is why we live. Moments like this. This is why we live. This is why we live. Moments like this. Moments like this. I'm running your way, but you push me away. Your lifeline, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you still in my eyes. For you, yeah, I give my life. And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you?
first club in is Elk Point. Next club is Goodridge. Next club is St. Lina. Next club is Boscombe. And next we have the St. Paul Club.
I curse the lives of lucky men. Into this hand I hold there. I was once a good man. Now I'm living in this hell. 'Cause I'm a liar, I'm a boozer, I'm a bastard and abuser. And I'm wondering how much lower can I go? I've been beaten, I've been bloodied, I've been broken and betrayed. And I'm wondering how much lower can I go? So I'm wondering how much lower can I go?
Well, people used to tell me everything must pass. Nothing here around us is ever meant to last. Rather than light around you, hold it to your breast till it's over. Out there in the distance, revolution bells ringing out forgiveness. Stories that they tell. Oh, the mighty father went down and wished him well in the morning. Ain't that the way that it goes sometimes? Just when you save a little piece of your mind and got you drinking supernatural wine. Well, I read it in the magazine, read it in the Times. Everyone was tangled up, someone else's fight. Oh, the mighty father went down and draw the line in the morning. And I used to have a brother, well, a dreamer just like me. Guess we never really fall too far from a tree. Oh, he's got forgiveness and a house for all to see outside the city. somewhere outside of Cheyenne, beyond that borderline. Ran into a preacher and he poured that special wine. I was feeling lucky and he gave me quite a time on a Sunday. Maybe I was ready, boys. Maybe I was bought. Maybe I had given up, given all I got. So now when he came to me, poured another shot. I was thirsty. I was thirsty. Ain't that the way that it goes sometimes? Just when you save a little piece of your mind, ain't got you drinking supernatural wine. Don't give me no, don't give me no, don't give me no supernatural wine. Don't give me no, don't give me no, don't give me no supernatural wine. Don't give me no, don't give me no, don't give me no supernatural wine. I've had it. I've had it.
Yeah. Okay, group of 5 class, really good representation from each club, and it's kind of interesting just based on maybe similar families being in each, or in one club versus another, the kind of type that there might be amongst them. If I'm going to describe the groups, I'll start with the one just in front of me, the red shirts. You know, if you look at those set of cattle collectively, they've got a pile of pay weight, and they probably got the advantage in terms of just condition. Just big, heavyweight, powerful cattle that have a lot of bone. You know, they're fairly similar in terms of stature as far as being, you know, intermediate frame, but still having a lot of pay weight because of the spread of muscle, the depth of body, the boldness of rib, and the heaviness of structure amongst them. So nice set, you know, a couple of steers that are maybe just a little bit shorter bodied, maybe not quite as long and as extended as some of the other cattle, but I think from a market readiness standpoint, this group of cattle to me probably is the most adept at reaching that target. If we talk about the purple shirts over here, you know, again, a good, just very functional set of steers. In terms of length of body, they've got some frame that they can accumulate a little bit more pay weight. That set is probably a little bit more variable. There's a couple steers in there that probably are a little bit thinner finish, could spend more time on feed. Some differences in terms of depth of body, a couple steers that are really wide and square and powerful and deep bodied, a couple steers that are maybe just a little bit shallower, more tucked up in their flank, maybe a little bit narrower constructed, but still I like their length, their extension. They've still got some frame, and you'd expect them to have some pay weight just based on those attributes as well. The group of red steers with the young members that have the green shirts on, kind of a similar group there, I'd say, in terms of, you know, big, long cattle that have a lot of growth. They're cattle that I think are sure sound and easy and mobile on the move. They've got a lot of flexibility. I guess if I was to describe them as a group too, I think several of those steers could probably see a little bit more time on feed. They're still big cattle, but I don't know that they're as fleshy or as high in terms of their fat content as what they could be in relation to their frame. So those steers may be just a little less market ready than a couple groups that we've saw, but I still like their length, their performance, their growth. You know, they have those similarities as well. And you'd also maybe just give that set of steers a shot more natural muscle and power, particularly out of their hip and hind quarters, compared to this first group in front of me especially. We go over to the camo group of members. You know, I think they're pretty similar again to the set that the young members with the purple shirts had. Just very functional, kind of middle of the road in terms of frame. They're big bodied cattle, some differences in terms of balance and eye appeal, but again, generally I think they've reached a pretty nice tandem of having cattle that have some muscle and performance and still feeding those cattle fairly appropriately in terms of their fat deposition and where they're at from a composition standpoint. And then the group that's on the far side with the blue shirts, you know, I think that might be the most consistent in terms of type. And that group of cattle to me is a little bit more moderate in terms of frame, a little bit maybe earlier maturing in terms of where they're going to be at or how heavy you could take them from a market readiness standpoint. So there's give and take there. But I think those are really muscular, they're super attractive, really neat to look at as far as their balance and length or strength at top, levelness of hip, the way they stand so square and true off their hind legs. Those cattle still also are really quite nice in terms of composition. I think they've got more fat content, so just more moderate. I'd say that group's going to give up some pay weight, but I do like where they're at in terms of potential quality grade based on their fat deposition. And those cattle definitely, to me, still have some cutability in terms of the muscularity, the stoutness atop, the shape that they have over their hip and loin, and down into their stifle. So with that said, the champion group will be the red group right in front of me. And then the reserve champion group of 5 will be the blue shirts on the far side from me.
So for the champion pen of 5 class is Elk Point, and reserve is St. Paul.
Attention, can the first class of senior grooming please make their way to the hitching ring? For the first class of senior grooming in Class 1 that should make their way to the hitching ring is number 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 15, 29, 17, and 61.
Got a million emails that I haven't read. Got a brake pad squeaking that I gotta check, but I don't mind it. 'Cause I got her riding on that shotgun side. With that take me to the sunrise, look inside her eyes. Now we're flying. Yeah, we're flying. We got 10 miles of open road. That's in the radio. We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow. We're good to go. There's some baggage sitting in the trunk I see. In the rear view mirror looking back at me. No, I don't hide it. 'Cause she's blasting the radio. We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow. We got 10 miles of open road. Blasting the radio. We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow. We're good to go. So much that we don't know. Yeah, there's so much we can't control. But we got both windows down and wide open ground. Ain't gonna take it slow. We're good to go. Yeah, we're good to go. We're good to go.
Okay, first up in our first senior class for senior grooming is number 6, Shelby Serafinchin. Following is number 7, Christian Lavoie. Next, we have number 8, Chloe Germain. And following is number 9, Madison Worsta. Next is number 13, Ashley Lacopi. Next, we have number 15, Georgia Hagan. Next, we have number 29, Ty DeShane. Following is number 17, Tyson Katowicz. And to round out the class, we have number 61, Courtney Werschuk. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first class of senior grooming. Can I please have the second class of senior grooming make their way to the hitching ring?
Thompson original blue jeans. A triple backflip off a rusted tire swing. Broken arm and trophy scars. Oh, that's one hell of a way to win a heart. It might kill him for we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight. Young when you fall so fast, busy being 17 and hoping this love lasts. It might kill us for we're done. Love keeps us young. He was smoking those cigarettes down by the dock and racing my dad's Corvette against the clock. A 1950 classic red. That slow Patron buzz in our head. It might kill me for we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight. Young when you fall so fast, busy being 23 and hoping this love lasts. It might kill us for we're done. Love keeps us young. Open arms, falling hard, can't keep up with this pace for long. I know I'll still want you when you're gone and beyond. Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight.
Can I just see that again? Can you make jokes? I was gonna say whatever.
Living like we're 17 and hoping this love lasts. It might kill us.
So moving on to the championship grooming class is number 8, Chloe Germain. Number 13, Ashley Lacopi. And number 17, Tyson Katowich. The championship class will be right after all of the rounds for the grooming, so if the senior members would just like to take their calf back to the hitching ring. Next up, in our second class of senior grooming, first up we have number 23, Luke Germain. Now entering the ring, we have number 35, Tayton Rezel. Next is number 38, Alyssa Jean. Next we have number 40, Lars St. Arno. Following is 41, Naya Yantz. Next is 42, Elena Deshane. Next we have number 46, Shaylin Klatt. And to round out the class, we have number 48, Austin Kwiatkowski. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your second class for senior grooming. And can the third class of senior grooming please make their way to the hitching ring?
Take me over to the north side so I can find my way. Lord knows I've walked the south streets, I've wasted hearts and days. So take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul, I've nowhere left to hide. And take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg.
Moving on from the second class of senior grooming is number 23, Luke Germain. And number 35, Tayton Rezel. We will now start our third class of senior grooming. First into the ring is number 54, Emma May Nielsen. Following is number 56, Emily Uremko. Next, we have number 58, Lexi Smith. Following is number 25, Nolan Yance. Next, we have number 62, Caitlin Rosichuk. Following is number 64, Mercedes Trefanenko. And to round out the class, we have number 69, Braxton Michaud. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your last class of senior grooming. So moving on to the grooming championship class is number 56, Emily Yaremko. And number 64, Mercedes Trefanenko. Now we will begin our senior grooming championship class. So first in the ring, we have number 8, Chloe Germain. Number 13, Ashley Lekapoy. Number 17, Tyson Katowicz. Number 23, Luke Germain. Number 35, Tayton Rezel. Number 56, Emily Yaremko. And to round out the class, we have number 64, Mercedes Trefanenko. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your championship class of senior grooming.
Couldn't get any higher, and we're finally growing tired. They will come in the night with the moon overhead shining bright. Riders on their fatal line, throwing shadows in the night. Way up high in that Minnesota sky, that's where you'll see it by and by. They say it's coming any day, and we're all gone the other way. Gonna live as long as I'm alive. So goodbye, all you cowboys. We rode it down to the end. you can lose. You'll learn that it really ain't no use. Stuck in limbo, the revelation blues. Way up high in that Minnesota sky, that's where you'll see it by and by. They say it's coming any day, and we're all gone the other way. Gonna live as long as I'm alive. Way up high in that Minnesota sky, that's where you'll see it by and by. They say it's coming any day, and we're all gone the other way. Gonna live as long as I'm alive. Way up high in that Minnesota sky, that's where you'll see it by and by. They say it's coming any day, and we're all gone the other way. Gonna live as long as I'm alive. I said I'm gonna live as long as I'm alive.
Attention. So for our first place, senior grooming goes to number 56, Emily Uremko. Second place goes to number 8, Chloe Germain. And an honorable mention goes out to number 35, Tayton Rezel.
Just while I have everybody for a minute, we'll do just a couple comments on this class. Me and Edith, we're having a great time. We're very lucky and very happy to work together. Again, I worked with her last year too. She's an amazing piece of knowledge that you're very lucky to have. So just a note for our senior groomers. There's a lot of you that work very hard and you did a lot of good work. Make sure that the work you're doing is helping your calf to the best of its ability. So what I mean by that is if you're gonna do legs, make sure that you get those curls out, make sure that hair is straight, make sure you're doing it with a purpose. Make sure that we get all our shavings off of our calves. Grooming still comes down at the very end of things. You want a clean calf, you want a well-prepared calf, and you want a well-presented calf. So a little bit of showmanship also plays into grooming, because if your calf doesn't look good in the ring, maybe we don't give him a second look, and maybe that was all you needed. Good work to anybody with some white socks. White is one of the hardest colors to keep clean. And yeah, with that, keep working on it, keep enhancing your skills, keep working on your clipping, keep working on all kinds of stuff like that. Blending's important, and knowing the reasoning for what you're doing. I was super happy. All right, thank you.
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Why would you look outside yourself when you
Next class, we'll start with our intermediates. In the class 1, we'll have number 1, Hannah Rosachuk. Number 3, Cheyenne Klatt. Number 10, Dalton Hagen. Number 11, Hayden Phelan. Number 12, Tyson Trefanenko. Number 14, Bryce Michaud. Okay. If I mess up your name, please come tell me so I can figure it out for future classes. I will not be offended. And 18, Kale Lavoie. With that, can we also have class 2 for intermediate grooming come to the holding arena?
Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
afraid to step outside and see the world for what it is. No, spending all my time with people that I barely know. You may have thought that I was lost, and all I need is room to grow. I'm coming home to put a flower in your hand. But you should know, ain't no place I'd rather be instead. Sometimes I feel alone, you know it's me and my guitar, looking up the darling stars, singing where we supposed to go now. Ruthie, little lady, tell me what you mean to me, and I'll build a house in Byron Bay, if that's exactly where you'll be. I'm coming home to put a flower in your hair. But you should know, ain't no place I'd rather be instead. No.
Okay, so the ones that will be coming back for the championship grooming class will be number 11, Hayden Phelan. And number 14, Bryce Michaud. Next class, we'll have our class 2 of grooming, intermediate grooming. We'll have number 16, Morris Amiot. Number 19, Trista Marku, sorry. Number 22, Ethan Yaremko. Number 74, Theodore Jans. Number 32, Tristan Baruso. Number 33, Miley, I already said this, Michaud. I have to remember that. Number 34, Sierra Hofer.
Take me over to the north side so I can find my way. Lord knows I've walked the south streets, I've wasted hearts and days. So take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul, I've nowhere left to hide. Then take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a hilltop castle, to a room all draped in white. Give me some familiar faces so I know I'll be alright. Then take it all, take everything from me, then bring it on. It's because
Okay, so who will be moving on to the champion grooming class will be number 16, Morris Emiot. And number 22, Ethan Yaremko.
Cassidy Burdick was in the junior. She was in the third class junior. Apparently she's in the intermediate. So they are going to move her into class 4.
How are you, Becky?
52. Yeah, and she's number 52. Intermediate, and she's a good rich.
Yeah.
And then I guess if we need to tag them. Okay. Are you able to look at this?
In class 3, we will have number 37, Callie Jans. Number 43, Zach Germain. Number 44, Kurt Yaremko. Number 47, Emma Ann Miller. Number 50, Jaden Jean. John? Jean. Jaden Jean. Number 59, Dagny St. Arnold. And number 60, Arthur Jans.
If we'd ever be nostalgic for these days when we are old and gray. Sat with a sad old man in a dark cafe. I asked him what he's living for. He said not much these days. You are young, you best be on your way. If you wanna be a fiddler someday, you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. All day and on into the night. Got there just before the shining early morning light. When it was such a sight. Is you're gonna be a fiddler someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, best years slip away. No matter what you're dreaming, you will be a fiddler, an astronaut, a man that's on TV. But do it, yeah, don't just wait and see. 'Cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray.
Prizes after the play. Or I guess you can now.
Pardon?
Up to you, whatever.
Could we please have the seniors that placed in the grooming come and collect your prizes from the front here?
Thank you.
You're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray. And you
Returning to our championship grooming class will be 44, Kurt Uremko. And number 47, Emma Ann Miller. Next, we'll have our fourth and final class of intermediate grooming. We have number 63, Dayton DeShane. Number 65, Abigail Jans. Number 66, Haley Daniluk. Number 67, Sydney Corbier. Number 73, Odin St. Arnold. Number 31, Nate Reswell. Number 76, Ty Kwiatkowski. And number 52, Cassidy Burdick. Returning for our next class in the championship intermediate grooming, we'll have 66, Haley Daniluk. And number 31, Nate Reswell. For our championship grooming intermediate class, we'll have number 11, Hayden Phelan. Number 14, Bryce Michaud. Why do I keep messing that up? Michaud. Number 16, Morris Amiel. Number 22, Ethan Yaremko. Number 44, Kurt Yaremko. Number 47, Emma Ann Miller. Number 66, Haley Daniluk. And rounding the class, we have number 31, Nate Reswell.
I did it again.
And Emmy.
Sweet Maria. If I wasn't me, I wouldn't blow my money on cocaine mariachi. We could do all that kind of stuff, and maybe I'd never worry that you weren't gonna love me, that I'd wake up and find you burned, 'cause I didn't have enough for you, Maria. Dance a little closer, close your eyes, and don't say anything. Don't believe the sirens on Figaro. Just listen to Carmelita sing Las Mañanitas. Oh, Maria, dance a little closer. Close your eyes, don't say anything. Don't believe the sirens on Figaro. Just listen to Carmelita sing Las Mañanitas. Sweet Maria.
All right, we're going to change the order around. I'm going to give my comments before we do placings, because that makes it a lot easier. Edith and I, we had a heck of a good time with the intermediates here. You guys are showing a lot of promise, and always keep working at what you like to do. You guys can tell that you love to show cows. You can tell that you love to do this. Just keep doing it. Keep doing it, keep trying things, keep seeing what works, keep seeing what doesn't. It all changes based on the year. We want to admire in this class that all of these calves are very, very clean. We really like that there's no shavings on legs. They took the time when they got to the hitching ring, cleaned them all up, make them look nice. We really like that. Where are we going to go from there? Something we want to point out, get to know the fitting techniques that you are using very, very well, and do them thousands of times. I think it's something like 100 times makes a habit. So when you're doing your legs, do them 100 times. Maybe don't clip them 100 times, but glue your legs 100 times, because the more you do it, the better the hair trains, the better you get at it, the more natural it gets. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Right, Edith? Yeah. All right, I'll give it back to our MCs.
In first place, we have Ethan Yaremko. And reserve is Nate Rosel. Rezel? I'm sorry about your last name. I keep messing it up. And an honorable mention goes out to Kurt Yaremko.
First up in our first junior grooming class is number 2, David Morin. Next we have number 4, Lennox St. Arno. Following is number 5, Daxon Amiot. Next, we have number 20, Joseph Yance. Following, we have number 21, Reed Deshane. Next, we have number 57, Olivia Michaud. Next is number 26, Bria Lavoie. And to round out the class, we have number 27, Alexis Daniluk. Ladies and gentlemen, this completes your first class of junior grooming. Can I have the second junior grooming class please make their way to the hitching ring?
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams.
So moving on from our first class of junior grooming, we have number 4, Lennox St. Arno. And number 26, Brielle Lavoie. If the juniors moving on would like to make their way back into the hitching ring to wait for the championship class. First up, for our second class, we have 28, Kason Corbier. Next, we have number 30, Aurora Yance. Then we have 36, Jace Feeland. Following is number 39, Cash Kopecki. Next, we have number 54, Caleb Hoffer. Following is number 49, Remy Amiot. Next is 51, Jordis St. Arno. And following is number 53, Emma Lavoie. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes your second class of junior grooming. Can the third class of junior grooming please make their way to the hitching ring?
I wake up in the morning in this great blue state. Golden fingers caress my face. slips through the window on a silky breeze. A dreamer's life to plant some seed. She's my believer, healing all my doubts. A lighted mirror, reflecting out every true potential. A bedrock belief in elaborate plot to set this bird free. Every element is based, every color there's a text. She paints pictures blue and green, and I release them to the sea. For the ancient memories, just as fleeting as a breeze. She paints pictures blue and green, and I release them to the sea. How we lay in the sunset, white cotton June. Her body sings, and I join the tune. All the sirens calling, the crows leave their trees, but a peace pervades us, and the dreamers dream.
Moving on from our second class of junior grooming, we have number 36, Jace Feeland. Number 39, Keish Kopecki. And number 49, Remy Amiet. In our final class of junior grooming, first up we have number 55, Sierra Robinson. Next we have number 24, Jackson Marcoux. Following, we have number 68, Arlie Lavoie. Next up, we have number 70, Paisley Trefanenko. Following, we have 71, Hudson Brusso. Next up, we have number 72, Ryder Jodouin. And to finish out the class, we have number 75, Casey Feeland. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our third class of junior grooming.
if I don't have love, then what will I be? Oh, and if I'm not your love, I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about every what we found. I don't wanna lose it all this time and forget about every what we found. I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about every what we found. I don't wanna lose it all this time.
early in the driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose what the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday. And then morning came in, morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said, I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. Brother, brother, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore, till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty lonely. And that preacher there came ring my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said, I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore, till the angels.
So moving on from our third class of junior grooming, we have number 71, Hudson Brusso. And number 75, Casey Feeland. Now we will start our junior grooming championship class. First into the ring, we have number 4, Lennox St. Arno. Next up, we have number 26, Brielle Lavoie. Following, we have number 36, Jace Feeland. Next, we have number 39, Cash Kopecki. Following is number 49, Remy Amiet. Next up, we have number 71, Hudson Brusso. And to round out the class, we have number 75, Casey Feeland. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your junior grooming championship class.
want to give a thank you?
Yeah, after we're done, we'll do.
Okay, sounds good. Alrighty, so I'll give my comments, well, mine and Edith's comments on this class of juniors. Let's give a big round of applause to these kids. As juniors, this is kind of the very beginning. This is the stepping stones of where you go from here. These juniors are showing a ton of promise, and there's a lot of calves we sent back to the barn that are also showing a ton of promise. It all depends what you do from here. If you love it and you want to keep going, find somebody to teach you, keep going. Never give up on it, that's for sure. One thing we want to point out with our juniors, we want to have clean calves, we want all the shavings off, we want them to be as clean as we can get them when we hit that show ring. When we're taking out our clippers, I know that's kind of a scary thing when you're a junior, and most of the time we get a lot of help, which is really good. One of the biggest things is make sure you take those clippers early in the season and start going on your own, because the more you do it, the better you get. Another thing, I know Edith likes to touch on this, make sure your calves' feet are clean. If they look like they've just run through the manure pile, it doesn't look near as cute. We don't like it, it's not appealing. So try and clean them up as best as you can when you wash, and try and keep them clean throughout the day. Yeah, beyond that, I think know how to use your adhesives properly. So when you're starting to glue and you're starting to learn, make sure you find somebody that you think does an awesome job and learn from them as best as you can. And then going along with that, when you're gluing legs and when you're gluing a tail head, you have to clip it. Have to. When you glue those legs up, you usually enhance the size of the joints, which in females, in steers, anything, we don't want to enhance the size of our joints. We want to enhance the bone in between. So we clip down those joints, we make them look a little bit smoother. That kind of goes through all the age categories. When you glue, you clip, no matter what. Tail heads, same thing, just square them off, make them look pretty. But you guys did an awesome job, and I will let them announce the placings. I'm just kidding, we're gonna hear from our best friend Edith.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much to the parents that's keeping this 4-H momentum going. I think we need to give them a good round of applause, because I know there's a lot of competition. So a lot of these parents, some of us older people that are here today, we were their leaders. And now they are, this is their kids in here in the ring. This grooming stuff is a very hard job. It's a very picky job. There's a lot of winners here. So at times we could just flip the coin and somebody else could have got it, because it was very close. And it's hard for these juniors to do all this stuff and know the knowledge that goes behind it. But at the same time, I think we agreed on pretty well all of them. It was on all the classes. And the one thing that I want to stress to the parents, the leaders, and everybody else that's involved in 4-H, please teach the kids to be very good losers, and they will be super winners. It's very important. And no matter what happens here today, don't be scared to congratulate your opponents. That goes for the parents and the kids. Thank you.
So in first place for junior grooming, we have number 26, Brielle Lavoie. In second place, we have number 36, Jace Feeland. And third place goes out to number four, Lennox St. Arno. And can I have the first confirmation class please make their way to the hitching ring? So in our first class for confirmation, we have Cash Kopecki with his steer weighing in at 940 pounds. Next, we have Joseph Yonts with his calf at 995 pounds. Following is Nolan Yonts with his calf weighing in at 1,027 pounds. Next is Arthur Yonts with his calf at 1,035. Following is Cheyenne Klatt with her calf weighing 1,052 pounds. Next up, we have Courtney Werschuk with her calf weighing in at 1,059 pounds. Next is Sierra Robinson with her calf at 11,04. Following is Caitlin Rosechuk with her calf weighing in at 11,04. Next is Shaylin Klatt with her calf at 11,05. Following is Jordis St. Arno with her calf at 11:14. And to round out the class, we have Emma May Nelson with her calf at 11:35. Ladies and gentlemen, this completes our first class of confirmation. I'm just gonna not move. Can I please have the second confirmation class please make their way to the hitching ring?
I'm captured by your charm, enchanted by your ways. In the magic of your eyes, I've become lost in their spell. So come closer, my dear, because all is well. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts till the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun. When the sun goes down and the world spins round, when I lay right next to you, I can't close my eyes even though I try. These perfect moments are few. I fall asleep to embrace in the morning, awake to that perfect side of you. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun in this moment forever. Ain't it hard to settle down? Now ain't it hard to settle down? When in the dark you hear that freeway sound, and every morning in the sun, yeah, every morning in the sun. Well, it's every frozen chimney like a gun. So Indigo City, why do you get me down? Indigo City, kicking me to the ground. Now down in the cellar, lots of noise. Yeah, down in the cellar, lots of noise. Well, they keep on dancing, all the good girls and boys. And I can't stop to turn it off. No, I can't stop to turn it off. No, whisper something to you short and soft. So Indigo City, why do you get me down? Indigo City, kicking me to the ground.
Well, good afternoon, folks. Just want to welcome you to the confirmation part of the day, the steer show. So there's 7 classes. We'll try and get through them in relative ease just to give you guys some time to prepare for the sale. But the first 2 in each class as they come out are just going to be in no particular order, and I won't discuss those, but we'll talk about those a little bit later in the evening, just in the champion parade. So the first 2 are in no particular order. From there on, they'll be placed, and I'll try and describe them as best I can. So if we remove the red and the black that start the lineup, we go to the 3rd place calf the young lady's got. He was one of the 2 heavier weight calves in the class. You know, he's more moderate in terms of frame, especially when you compare him to a few of the steers in the middle of the lineup. But with that, I think there's a little bit more natural dimension to his center body. He's probably a little bit deeper and fuller in his forerib. I think you look at him from behind, he's ties his muscle down fairly admirably down into his quarter. He's long and stout enough out of his hip. A calf that's just a little bit more moderate, and because of that, I think he's probably accumulated a little bit more condition if you handle him over his 12th and 13th rib and down into his lower body. So just a more moderate frame steer, but a little bit more dense in his build and still weighs up because of it. Calf that comes next, the young lady that's got the other black steer, he balances up really nice. I think a steer that's strong enough in his top. He's got a really good way that he blends his neck into his shoulder. If you look at him from behind, he's actually stouter than what you might expect from the side. He's got a fairly square muscular turn to his hip. He's wide in his pins. He's got some shape down into his stifle. But again, a steer that maybe just doesn't have quite the softness. He's a little bit cleaner handling, a little bit trimmer to the touch still. Big Charlet influence calf that comes out next, and he's got the advantage over probably a couple of those steers preceding him just in terms of length of body. He's a bigger outline, longer bodied steer. He's got more extension from his shoulder forward. He's probably a little bit stouter in his bone. But with that though, he just doesn't quite have the same depth of body. He's a little bit flatter in his rib cage, a little bit shallower in his flank. Maybe gets easier in his top at times, maybe is a little bit sickle hawked as he goes away from you in terms of having a bit of excess to his hind leg, but still a big long bodied steer that's made really nice through his front third. Same can be said for the calf that comes next that the young lady is showing. Another really long-sided steer. I think he gets out and travels quite well as far as just his mobility and flexibility. He's laid smooth at his shoulder. But again, with that calf, you just maybe like to see him a little bit bolder in the construction of his rib cage. If he could have a little bit more natural width and squareness in the way that he goes about you from his hocks up onto his pins and to his stifle. Young lady's calf that comes out next, again, a similar Charlet influence steer. I hadn't realized it till I got up close on him, but he's got a quarter longhorn influence, and you can kind of see it over his hip, his tail head, and down into his quarter, just a little bit different shade of white, and that maybe makes sense based on how he's constructed off his hind leg. He's got a little bit lower pin placement. He's a little bit more sickle-hawked and excessive in the set to his hawk, but still a big enough bodied steer that obviously gets around and moves really well. We've got a couple of red Angus influence calves that come next, and I think the guy that goes right now is just maybe maintains his balance a little bit more attractively from the profile. I think he's a little bit higher and more true in his neck shoulder attachment, probably maintains his strength and levelness at top and strength and levelness at hip just a bit more attractively both on the stand and on the move than what this calf coming next does. Calf that comes next, again, he's got a nice enough shape as you look at him from behind. He's relatively square at his pins. Calf that's still bold enough in the shape to his rib cage. He's just one of the lighter weight steers in the class. He gets a little bit more elevated, the angle to his shoulder. He's a little bit longer in his toes and just doesn't quite have the same attractiveness through his front third on the move because of that. Black steer that comes next, I guess between these two calves, he's just to me the more attractive calf. I think he's a little bit more correctly laid in at the angle to his shoulder. He projects his neck out a little bit higher. He's more laid back in the angle to his knee. I think because of those factors, he also maintains his strength and levelness at top and stays a little bit higher in his pins because of it as well. He's deep-bodied and attractive, just simply needs more time on feed and more weight accumulation. Same can be said for this calf. Again, he's got a nice enough shape to his top. He's relatively wide and full over his loin edge and has some shape as he carries down into his quarter. He just gets a little bit roach-topped. He wants to go a little bit bolder in his shoulder as far as angle. He gets a little bit lower in his pin placement, and because of that, just sacrifices some balance from the profile.
So moving on to the Parade of Champions, we have number 61, Courtney Werschek, and number 54, Emma May Nelson.
For class number 2 of confirmation, we have Theodore Jans. Right. Theodore Jans with his calf weighing in at 11:37. We have Shelby Serafinchin with her calf weighing in at 11:39. We have Jaden John with his calf weighing in at 11:48. Ryder Jodowan with his calf weighing in at 11:49. David Morin with the calf weighing in at 11:66. Good. We have Sydney Corbiere with her calf weighing in at 11:66. We have Abigail Jans with 11:68. We have Georgie Hagen with 11:76. Luke Germain with 12:03. Tyson Trefnenko with 12:13. And rounding out the class, we have Emma Lavoie with 12:13 as well.
I'm honest, I don't know who I am. All I see is a man who's waiting for a wake-up call. So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Open up my mind that cannot find a melody, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Keep singing. If I'm honest, I wish I was better But everything I have ever tried and failed to be, I wear every letdown, I show every scar, and I found that hope can only carry you so far. So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing, and sing it to me, and sing it to me. Open up my mind that cannot find a melody, and sing it to me, and sing it to me, and keep singing. I'm all out of strength, I'm all out of luck, and what's in my hands never is enough. Will you remind me of the song I've forgotten? So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Open up my mind that cannot find a melody, and sing it to me, yeah, sing it to me. No, keep singing, oh, keep singing, oh, keep singing, oh, keep singing, oh, keep singing, 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 keep singing. So you wanna live in a world with no more dying? You're counting up the cards, what are you trying to gain? I was on the outside avenue, I was looking at you, dear, waiting as the minutes turn to hours, turn to days, and it's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame? I wanna sign up for every kind of rebirth, atomize my essence down to black earth and rain, blow away into the night 1,000 tiny points of light. Ain't it hard to watch another evening slip away? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame? And did you know that you were playing try on today. Fear guides the hand of a broken down young man, and we all need a piece of land to die on, they say, but it's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame? So you wanna live in a world with no more dying? Maybe I've been trying, only trying just to say. Did you know that you were playing with the sharp edge of a knife? And we can waste ourselves in waiting for eternal life. just like the ocean. It draws you closer and closer to me. My love is just like the ocean. It pulls you further from the shore. Is this what you wanted? It's time's a wasting. Love is chasing you. It's time's a wasting. Love is chasing you.
Well, probably a little bit less variation in this class, just as those calves get heavier, they tend to have a little bit less separation, probably in terms of, obviously weight and quality. Probably two more moderate calves to start the class, but those will be the ones that separate and go on to the final, so we'll bypass any further comments on those. The two black steers that kind of come next in the lineup, those are particularly the one with kind of the brindle hair, was one of the heavier weight calves in the class. I like him up high, good enough. I think he's got a muscular turn behind his shoulder. He's got some squareness and fullness over his loin edge. He's relatively wide pinned. You can see him standing right now. He certainly has some base width and spread to his center skeleton, and the way that he comes down from his stifle down into his hock into the ground. That calf to me has got enough bone. He's pretty good in terms of his foot size and foot shape compared to a lot of the other contemporaries in this particular class. I guess where I'd like to modify him is up front in particular. He gets a little bit splay-footed, but for my preference, he gets more timid on the move because of it. And he's just a shorter coupled steer. If you could lengthen him out in his hip, just give him a little bit more extension on his rear skeleton, I think that would certainly help as well. Same characteristics can be said for the foaling black steer. If you get behind him, he's still more than acceptable in terms of his shape. He comes up with fairly considerable muscle over his rib or his rump. He ties it down deep into his quarter. He's a sound, smooth moving steer. Again, just from a balance standpoint, he just doesn't quite have the same performance and power and dimension as some of the calves that are going to leave that class for the following round, but he's very functional, doesn't have any really glaring weaknesses, just a steer that comes out and gives you an honest look as far as the structure and balance and the amount of muscle that he possesses. Calf that comes next, again, he's one that I like in terms of his depth of body. He's wide enough out of his top. He gets a little bit flatter sided, particularly compare him to the next white steer in lineup. He could have more boldness to his rib cage, but I like his softness. That steer, again, is one of the softer handling steers, and if his genetics allow, he'd probably have a higher opportunity for a better quality grade because of that. Steer that comes next, I really like him from the profile. He maybe doesn't have as much power as I expected and probably as much finish as I expected when I handled him either. I love his body shape through his midrib. He's really bold in his rib cage. He comes wide out of his pins and down into his stifle. Just a little bit thinner handling, a little bit cleaner condition than maybe what I expected when you look down and look at his brisket and down into his lower flank. Steer that comes in next, I'm just more comfortable in terms of his frame and the body dimension that he possesses relative to his frame. Now, he's not going to overpower you in terms of muscle. He certainly needs another shot of power down his top and out of his hip, but he is a nice balanced, smooth moving steer that's got plenty of depth of body, just needs a little bit more time on feed and a little bit more power to complement that. Really a big frame steer that comes next. And you appreciate that about him, that he could certainly be taken to quite heavy market weights and have some versatility from that standpoint just because he is a big, long-bodied, larger frame steer. But with that, he's also, at this point in his development, shallower bodied, he's certainly flatter sided, and just a little bit more nondescript in his muscle shape. So if I could just tone him down in terms of frame, give him a little bit more dimension of rib, and give him a bit more just general power as far as with the skeleton and muscularity, I think that would sure help him. But I do like his length, and I do like his mobility and foot's design on the move. Steer that comes out next, again, just an honest calf that's big-bodied. He moves out relatively easily as far as his flex, but he gets just a little bit more awkward as far as his balance. He's a little bit shorter fronted. He's a narrow constructed, lighter muscled steer that's a little bit finer in terms of his bone, and he tends to just drop his pins and get under himself a little bit because of it. So if you could just give him more bone and more muscle, I think that'd be the primary alterations for him. The Hereford steer, I really appreciate him for his length of body. That's a long-sided steer. He's laid in smooth at his shoulder. He takes a really long, extended, free-moving stride. But again, just like the steers that precedes him, he's just too narrow constructed. He just is lighter muscled. He's flatter in his rib cage, and then just tapers to the base of his quarter as he goes away from you. The steer that concludes the class, again, he actually is quite good in terms of his shape of muscle. He just gets a little bit lower performing, a little bit lighter weight, and sacrifices those characteristics compared to the steers preceding him in class.
Moving on to the Parade of Champions later on in the day will be number 72, Ryder Jobdoin, and number 23, Luke Germain.
We will now start our third confirmation class of the day with Reed Deshane with his calf weighing in at 1220. Next, we have Ethan Uremko with his calf weighing in at 1221. Next is Naya Yonts with her calf at 1225. Following is Callie Yonts with her calf at 1233. Next is Lars St. Arno with his calf at 1233. Following is Braxton Michaud with his calf at 1235. Next will be Hannah Rosachuk with her calf weighing in at 1240. Following is Caleb Hoffer with his calf weighing in at 1240. Next is Dej St. Arno with her calf at 1244. Following is Miley Michaud with her calf at 1260. And to round out the confirmation class, we have Lexi Smith with her calf at 1260. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our third confirmation class of the day.
Well, it's always very interesting to see in the different sizes and shapes how either the weight range can be massive or it can be fairly narrow. And in this class, it's a little bit more than 30 pounds, 30 or 40 pounds from the heaviest to the lightest. And that can change, obviously, with a drink of water, but it is interesting to see that. So there's been several foot issues, and I'll be the first one to mention that. Some cattle that are going to move on in some of these classes that maybe aren't just ideal in terms of their foot size and shape. So I fully admit that, but there's several of them in the class. So it's one of those things where you kind of have to dismiss it on a couple of cattle because there's others that have the same problem and try and focus on the other attributes. So I will say that feed on a couple of the steers that have advanced from the last two classes don't suit me great, but that's part of it. They've got to this point, so it's an issue that we're going to have to deal with. Moving past those first two steers, we get into some cattle that to me just aren't quite as market ready as what those initial pair are that are going to move on. The black steer I still like just in terms of his shape and his build. I mean, he's a wide-based, wide, square traveling steer. He's got some boldness to his rib cage. He maintains some dimension down his top and out of his hip. For me, he doesn't have quite the same tone or the same freshness of muscle on his top side as what the two cattle preceding him do, and he's probably thinner finished as well. He just doesn't have quite the softness over his 12th and 13th rib, doesn't have the fill in his lower third that those two steers do, but I like how he gets out. He's one of the better footed cattle in the class. He's got a little bit more sheath to him, but those are just little cosmetic things to describe that particular steer. The red steer that comes next, he's the bigger, heavier pay weight steer, so he's got that advantage over the class, and he's made nice. I think he balances up quite well as far as the way that he blends his shoulder into his neck. He's a level top steer. He comes long and level out of his hip. Again, I like his build as far as just his balance, the way that he travels. He's got a bold shape to his rib. He's deep-bodied, but with that, he just doesn't, again, have that same expression or dimension of muscle down his top. He's not light-muscled, just doesn't have as much squareness and fullness over his rib and loin edge as what I'd probably prefer to see. I really like, again, this next calf that comes out in the lineup. He's one that, again, I think is wide-based. He's got some spread in his chest floor. He travels with some width from his hock to the ground. He's bold in his rib shape. He looks like he's got some expression of muscle from the profile. He gets pretty short striding, particularly off his hind leg. He gets a little bit more timid, doesn't quite reach out of his hock as much as you'd like to see him, but he's a pretty attractive calf, particularly on the stand. Looks like he's got a fairly nice meat animal shape to him. Again, just doesn't quite have the softness or the fill into his lower third that may be what you'd prefer. Steer that comes next, he's one that's got a little bit bigger outline to him. He's a heavy bone steer. He's got a little bit more just potential for future growth. If you were to take him to heavier weights, he'd have the flexibility to do so. With that, he's a little bit off balance. He gets a little bit shorter and thicker through his front third, a little bit bolder at his shoulder. Maybe doesn't quite have the same drop down to his flank as what those other steers do ahead of him. So primarily from a balance standpoint, he's just not quite as attractive, but still fairly practical in terms of his shape of muscle and the way that he gets out and that he has a little bit more frame and substance, particularly the next calf. Young man that comes out with the next red calf, he's obviously more conservative in terms of stature, but with that, I do like his depth of body in relation to his frame. He has some shape as you look at him from the profile. He's got a pretty nice curvature to his lower quarter, has some expression to his stifle, a steer that's also a little bit softer to the touch, based on the fact that he's probably more moderate and big body. He's just accumulated a little bit more condition, particularly compared to the next couple of steers. But again, a steer that just is a little bit shorter, plainer fronted, doesn't quite have the same alertness and the same presence, and just general skeletal quality of a couple of those steers that would have went out initially. And then we switch gears again to a big, long-bodied, kind of growthier outline steer. Again, this guy, you could take him to far heavier weights than what he's at just based on his scale and his size, and he'd certainly have the flexibility to do so. I just read him as being narrow constructed. He's flatter in his rib shape. You get behind him, he just tends to taper to the ground, reads with a little bit more natural less natural dimension just all throughout his skeleton in terms of muscle. So if you could obviously power him up, that would certainly be an advantage for him. Steer that comes next, again, I think he probably is a little bit more appealing steer as far as his just general frame size. My problem with him, though, is that he's kind of shallow-bodied. If you could just bolden him up through his center body, drop him down into his flank, just give him a little bit more center rib shape, I think that would be a major addition to him. But I do like his length of body. He's strong enough right behind his shoulder. He just gets a little bit awkward in the way that he tucks up into his flank, doesn't quite have the same stoutness and width as he goes away off his hind leg. Again, another big frame, long body calf that comes next. Obviously a steer that you could put a substantial amount more weight on because he's still pretty trim and lean. With that, he's also kind of a shallow-bodied, narrow-constructed steer that just gets pretty flat in his rib cage. So I just like to expand him through his whole skeleton, just give him a little bit more spread through his chest floor, through his mid-rib, and out of his hip. But again, a steer that certainly is big enough to take on some additional pounds. And then the steer that goes next, you know, he's a big enough boned, long-bodied calf that's going to have some pay weight to him. He just reads staler in his shape of muscle. You can see that he kind of gets his chine bone up behind his, or between his shoulders. He gets a little bit peaked right behind his shoulder, just breaks in his top line, and then as he goes away from you, he just tends to funnel and get a little bit more nondescript and shapeless at the base of his quarter. So a steer that I just like to see more genuine expression of muscle on.
So moving on to the Parade of Champions, we have number 22, Ethan Uremko, and number 45, Caleb Hoffer.
In the confirmation class number 4, we have Zach Germain with a steer of 1265. Next we have Daxton Amiot with a steer of 1272. Next we have Cassidy Burdeck with a steer of 1279. Next is Aurora Jans with 1268. Next is Nate Rezil with a steer of 1288. And we have Casey Phelan with 1290. Dalton Hagen with 1305. Olivia Mishu with 1306. Emily Aremko with 1319. And rounding the class, we have Haley Danieluk with 1323.
dies. Somebody take a picture. Somebody write it down. We can learn a thing or two about forever from these lovers and what they found. Now every night he sleeps alone. He stretches out his arms to hold her, but she ain't coming home. True love never dies. 'Cause she still wears her wedding ring. It's on a gold chain around his neck next to his heart, where she still lives. Oh, true love never dies. Somebody take a picture. Somebody write it down. We can learn a thing or two about forever from these lovers and what they found. Will somebody take a picture? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me a pen, I'll write it down. We can learn a thing or two about forever from these lovers and what they found. Somebody take a picture. Somebody write it down. 'Cause we can learn a thing or two from these lovers and what they found. 10th of December in '75. Vows were made to be together until they reached the other side. True love never dies.
think a couple of these steers are trying to send a signal that I'm taking too long. But the first two calves that'll proceed, the rest of them that'll go out in class, I'm very satisfied with. And from there, it gets pretty interesting. I think there's some really strong steers that follow. The young guy with the straw cowboy hat, that steer is really practical. I think when you get on him, I don't know that he's got quite the same tone of muscle and just freshness that those other cattle that are headed out the ring already have, but he's just a very good, honest steer. He's big-bodied. He's got a relatively big, stout hip on him. I like his bone. I like how he gets out and travels. He's still genuinely nice enough balanced in terms of maintaining his levelness, his strength at top. Just a really practical steer that I think has a lot of favorable attributes, though he maybe just doesn't stand out in any one regard to you. Same can be said for the red calf that goes next. Again, just a very sound structured calf that's got some bone to him. When you look at him from behind, he's got some shape to his hip. He gets a little bit piecey at times in terms of his balance. He just wants to get a little bit weak in his top, or just doesn't handle it quite as fluidly as what some of the other steers do. So maybe from a balance standpoint, just doesn't quite have the same engagement or quality that those calves immediately ahead of him and going out at the top of the class for certain do have. Steer that comes next, the red calf, he's a little bit bigger outlined, a longer bodied steer. Again, you could feed him plenty more days and accumulate more weight, but I do like his depth of body. I like the fact that he gets out and travels, and I'd say that's probably the primary difference between that red steer and this black steer, is that red calf to me is just a little bit more attractive in the lay of his shoulder. I think he gets out of his knee a little bit more appropriately and just has a little bit more athleticism, if you will, when he gets out on the move in terms of the flexibility to his knee, the flexibility to the hock, and the length of the stride that he consequently takes because of it. Young lady here's got as good an attitude as anybody that we've encountered today. I mean, she is super, super positive, really loves what she's doing. So, kids like that are a joy to be around. It makes you look forward to events like this when you can have that type of demeanor and that type of outlook on things. She's very proud of her steer, as she ought to be. That calf to me is big-bodied. He's got some, muscle definition in terms of his shoulder and his forearm. He's deep through his center body, has some shape to his hip. As I alluded to, maybe he just gets a little bit coarser, particularly through his shoulder, a little bit more blunt in the angle to his shoulder, doesn't quite have as much flex to his knee, and maybe just doesn't quite have as much flexibility to his hind leg, but still a practical enough calf that's going to have some pay weight and to have some product as well. Steer that comes out next, the young lady showing, again, I like his muscle, probably compared to, the two steers on the far side for sure. He's long-bodied, and part of that maybe is the fact that he looks a little bit shallower, so maybe he looks longer than he actually is. But if I could change him, I just give him a little bit more boldness to his center body, a bit more drop to his flank, and you could maybe make him just a little bit stouter boned. And I think that would certainly change him a little bit as far as appearance. Big steer comes out next. He's got a lot of frame to him. He's not necessarily super long body, but he is a bigger outlined, really heavy structured, big enough footed steer. You like those attributes about him. Again, he's one that can see plenty more time on feed and be able to handle the excess weight and condition pretty favorably based on how large he is. As far as just muscle shape, I wish he had a little bit more spread to his skeleton. For a steer of that size, he could certainly have more expression, more dimension, and travel with more base of width. But a calf that still balances probably more favorably than the two black steers. Calf right here, he's deep through his forerib and through his center body. A steer that still is good enough in terms of his foot. He just gets pretty awkward as far as his balance is concerned, as does the next calf. Those are two cattle that kind of get a little bit uneven in their top line. They break behind their shoulder, maybe not the most attractive out of their neck shoulder junction, and a little bit shorter coupled and flatter out of their hip and hind leg. Steer that goes out next, it's got a little bit of paint on his underbody. Practical enough steer as far as just being a heavy enough weight compared to some of the contemporaries. He's a big bone steer. He's got a nice sized foot underneath him. But again, like I said, he just gets really roach topped, tends to break behind his shoulder. He kind of dips over his loin edge and gets flatter as his shape is concerned, so when he goes away from you.
Moving on to the, what is it called? Parade of Champions from Class 4 is Zach Germain, number 43, and number 56, Emily Yaremko.
We will now start our fifth class of confirmation. First into the ring, we have Brielle Lavoie with her calf at 13:32. Next, we have Ty Kwiatkowski with his calf at 13:35. Following is Alexis Daniluk with her calf at 13:36. Next, we have Lennox St. Arno with his calf at 13:42. Following, we have Arlie Lavoie with her calf at 13:44. Next, we have Hudson Brusso with his calf at 13:45. Following is Paisley Trefanenko with her calf at 13:46. Next is Jackson Marcoux with his calf at 13:52. Next is Kurt Uremko with his calf at 13:52. And last into the ring, we have Bryce Michaud with his calf at 13:46. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you your fifth class of confirmation for this evening. Can the sixth class of confirmation steers please make their way to the hitching ring?
So wrong to fight. I'll keep you warm inside. I'll be the one who gives what you want to. I'll be the one who is what you won't do. I'll be your foolish kid. You stole the best a thief could even give. A heart of love, the blood to one last touch. I'll be the one who gives what you want to. I'll be the
best thing and the worst thing happened today. She moved on with another guy and got engaged. And now my heart's set free from its cage, but it stings like hell on the way out. The best thing and the worst thing happened today. I'm moving on. Driving 99 down the 405, windows down and blaring third eye blind, because I've never been so alone, and I've never been so alive. Driving 99 down the 405, yeah, I'm moving on. Best thing and the worst thing happened today. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm moving
Well, I think getting to some classes where the decisions are quite challenging, and I think, you know, there's probably 3 in this class that I think are pretty close, and there's some major differences between them, but I think as far as just the placing, it took some more time trying to distinguish priorities, so I think it's a really nice trio in particular to start this class. So the red calf that I elected to slot third, I really like him right behind his shoulder. I think he's got a tremendously fresh and really nice tone of muscle right on the backside of his blades. He kind of projects a lot of shape and squareness on the backside of his shoulder. A steer that's long-bodied, he's really ample in terms of bone, gets out and moves quite well. He's a little bit lower-headed, but that's a young guy that at times when he gets him jacked up like he is right now, that steer looks really good. So just keep that calf's head up as much as you can. It makes him look even better. You get behind him, I do wish that he was gauged just a little bit wider as you kind of come out to his pins and look at him down into his stifle and down into his quarter. I just wish he had a little bit more width, and I think if he did, that he could certainly make an even more convincing case to replace one of those 2 that are preceding him out. But I do like that steer. He's got a really muscular turn right behind his shoulder. He's deep-bodied, he's long, he's got some pay weight, and he's certainly functional in terms of his structure and the way that he goes about the ring. The black baldy that goes out next, you know, same type of deal. I like that calf just from a completeness perspective. I think he's sure sound enough. He's long-sided. He's got sufficient bone and nice shaped foot underneath of him. He gets probably a little bit thinner finished. I don't read him as being quite as soft to the touch over his rib. I don't think he's got quite as much fill, but he's got a higher cutability type of carcass, being that he is really muscular still and a little bit trimmer to go along with it. We got another big outline black steer that's got plenty of length of body. You know, he's again a calf that you could take to significantly heavier weights and he'd still carry that extra condition and volume extremely well. And that's probably his undoing, is just a bigger frame steer that to me is lighter muscled, a little bit flatter based and narrower constructed than those calves that go out in front of him. But I like his attractiveness, I like his length and his balance. I just need to have a little bit more dimension to go along with it. The red steer that comes next, he's kind of a different type. I'd kind of call him more conventional as far as being kind of a shorter cannon bone, you know, shorter bodied, quicker pattern, a little bit earlier maturing type of steer. But if you want to talk about market readiness, that kind of plays into his hand because he is probably the fattest steer out here as far as just developing some fullness in his brisket, accumulating some fat down into his lower third. He just gets pretty compact, pretty short-bodied, and still from a muscle standpoint, I'd say is just average when you consider him from a yield grade perspective. Steer that comes next, again, he's more intermediate in terms of frame. I'm a bit more comfortable with him as it relates to his body dimension compared to his size. I like the shape to his rib cage. When she kind of gets him set up, he looks like he's got a long, attractive enough hip. He gets out of his front end fairly attractively as well. Just a slicker haired steer that, again, is a little bit staler to the touch. I think he's just a little bit more shapeless, doesn't quite have the expression, the firmness, or the tone of muscle that those top steers in particular do have. But again, a really nice moving steer that's plenty functional in terms of the basics of his anatomy. The painted up steer that comes next, he's a little bit bigger frame calf. He still has some expression and width as you get behind him, but just puts it into a little bit more ill-structured, ill-balanced package. He kind of gets easy in his top or a little bit more constricted behind his forerib at times, maybe a little bit shallower body, just doesn't have quite as deep and soft a look, both in terms of body dimension and fat cover as what some of those steers do ahead of him. Calf that comes out next, again, he's one that just is a little bit off as far as his balance is concerned. He tends to be a big frame steer. I like his length of body, but again, he just wants to roach his top a little bit. He's a little bit more lethargic as he goes away from you, shorter striding, just doesn't quite have the extension, the fluidity of movement, and he's a bit more tucked up into his flank as well, a steer I'd like to see more expression of muscle in. And then again, much like that red steer that we saw kind of midway through the class, a calf that to me is just more conventional. If you talk about one that's extremely big-bodied, he's really got a big old rib cage and belly to him, he probably has that class advantage in terms of just center body dimension. But with that though, he's a calf that I think compromises muscle. He's plenty enough fat, but I think yield grade wise, I'd just be more comfortable if he had more width of skeleton, a little bit more natural muscle to go along with that. If he could just lengthen him out, get him a little bit bigger in terms of his stature, and give him more product, I think that would complement the amount of rib cages that he has.
So moving on from the 5th class of confirmation, we have number 26, Brielle Lavoie. And number 44, Kurt Uremko.
Next in the confirmation class, we'll have Christian Lavoie with a calf weighing in at 1365. We'll have Jace Phelan with a 1372. We'll have Ty Deshane with 1378. We'll have Dayton Deshane with 1381. We'll have Kale Lavoie with 1382. Madison Wersta with 1406. Sierra Hofer with 1412. Mercedes Trefanenko with 1429. John, right? John?
Jean.
Alyssa Jean with 1436. And rounding the class off, we'll have Emma Ann Miller with 1436. Could we have the last confirmation class make their way to the holding ring?
Johnny went out walking, he hitched for a ride. He came across a pretty girl who took him inside. And Johnny asked the pretty girl if he could take her hand. She became his wife and they bought a piece of land. Well, they raised up a family and they raised up the wood. They built their first cottage and it held like it should. Well, Johnny told the pretty girl, darling, I love you so. She looked back at Johnny and said, Johnny, boy, I know, I know. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. You're the one. Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his side. His family, they did trust him to keep them all alive. He stumbled upon a black bear who knocked down his gun. Johnny couldn't reach it, so he fixed up to run. The bear caught up to Johnny and knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought it was a little girl, Lord, he beat that bear down. The moral of the story, if there's a woman by your side, there's nothing that a man won't do just to stay alive, stay alive. We all shine a light, little darling. All want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. You're the one.
This one was tough to come to some definitive conclusions, and again, there's not really calf that sticks out. There's some that grab your attention initially and then maybe don't handle as well as what you'd like or don't have as much product as what you like. So, probably 4 deep in this class, I think, are calves that to me do some really good things, but also each have some type of discrepancy that you'd really like to correct or to alter a little bit. So again, just from a carcass readiness or market readiness standpoint, I think that's probably what allows those two to separate. There's some things you'd love to change about both of them, but I think those are just 2 cattle that probably have those characteristics in common just from a meat animal standpoint. So the steer that's in third, that calf, he's the one that probably hits me the hardest when he first comes into the ring, just in terms of balance. I like his length. I like the way that he's kind of made up through his front third. The young man does a really nice job of showing him. I like the length and levelness out of that steer's hip. He's really uniform in his depth from forb to flank. But I guess when I got on him, he probably just disappointed me, honestly, in terms of his shape of muscle. I just wish that steer was gauged a little bit wider at the base of his skeleton and then consequently up high. He just gets narrow behind his shoulder, kind of flatter over his rib and loin edge than maybe what I'd think is ideal. And then if you see that calf walk, he just wants to get pretty base narrow, almost wants to walk kind of in that same track as he goes away from you. So I like a lot of cosmetics about him in terms of balance, but I just genuinely wish that he had a little bit more true product laying down the top side of his skeleton. The red steer that comes next, he's a big, heavyweight, high-performing steer that's going to generate plenty of pay weight. And there's characteristics I really like about him as far as just having that presence. He's up-headed. He's got some bone and stoutness of underpinning to him. He's got a nice shape and curvature to his rib cage and some muscle as you view him from behind. In terms of some cosmetics, he gets really easy in his top. Probably doesn't have as fresh a shape down his top as what those first 2 cattle that go out of the class in particular would do. So and then from a structure standpoint, I'd like to reshape his foot. He gets pretty strong up into the angle of his shoulder, just a little bit splay-footed. He just kind of falls apart a little bit as far as his structure and his foundation, the way that he goes about the ring as you go down to his lower angles. Steer that comes in next, again, just a pretty practical calf. He's not really overpowering. He's not one that's super attractive, I guess, from the profile, but he's just fundamentally, he's got enough body dimension. He's above average for muscle. I think he's laying down some fat deposition and softness over his rib and down into his brisket and to his flank. So just a calf that I think is appropriate framed, gets about the ring fairly practically as far as movement, and puts together some product along with that. Calf that comes next, again, he's a big, long steer. He's upstanding. You could take him to heavier weights, too. He looks like he's got plenty of expression to his quarter and down into his stifle from the rear and from the 3/4 view. Again, that's a steer that maybe just could project that type of muscle and width down his top a little bit more attractively as well. And then down low, if you could just give him a little bit more softness to his rear pastern. But again, a calf that's got a muscular shape, especially out of his hip and to his stifle, maybe just doesn't tie it together quite as attractively in the way that he goes. The slicker-haired red steer that comes next, again, you like him for being long-bodied. He's attractive enough as far as his lines are concerned. He's really uniform in his depth from forb to flank. A steer that's, again, got plenty of pay weight compared to some of the contemporaries that we've saw today, but just doesn't maybe have the same dimension, freshness of muscle or shape of muscle down his top. Just doesn't have that same definition, you might say, when you handle him from a meat animal perspective. Calf that comes next, the young man's done a nice job showing. He's actually one that's deceivingly good, I think, as far as how he handles. I think he's really quite soft to the touch. He's probably got more muscle down his top than what I expected over his rib and his loin edge. And out of his hip, you can see that he's got some expression. He just puts it into a little bit coarser package. He wants to be pretty down-headed, a little bit more blunt in his shoulder. He kind of raises up right behind his shoulder, gets a little bit shorter bodied. So just in terms of balance and length, he makes some compromises. But as far as meat animal shape, I think he's actually better than you'd expect. And I think that's his primary advantage over the remaining 2 cattle. I'm just more comfortable with his muscularity and product in relation to his frame size compared to these 2 steers. If you talk about these 2 as a tandem, they're big outline cattle. They're going to have plenty of pay weight. You could actually take them again to heavier weights because they're not quite there from a condition standpoint either. But if you talk about them as a pair too, they're a little bit narrower constructed, flatter sided cattle. They just don't have that same boldness to their center body. And then balance wise, I think this calf could certainly be a little bit leveler out of his hip. He just wants to get up in his top and drop his pins and consequently get underneath of himself. And the same can be said in a little bit bit different regard for this steer. Just has a bit extra set to his hock. Again, wants to work up in his top line, gets a little bit coarser in his chine between his shoulders, just doesn't have the same skeletal quality, particularly as what those first few cattle in this class would. But again, a set of nice heavyweight steers that are sure functional enough in how they're built.
From Class 6, moving on to the Parade of Champions, we have Kale Lavoie and Madison Wersta.
Now moving on. Now moving on to our 7th and final confirmation class of this evening. First into the ring we have Ashley, I'm gonna butcher this, I'm sorry. Ashley with her calf at 14.59. Next we have Morris Amiot with his steer at 14.68. Following is Tayton Rezel with his calf at 14.95. Next is Remy Amiot with his calf at 14.97. Following is Elena Deshane with her calf at 15.09. Next, we have Hayden Phelan with her calf at 15.14. Following is Tyson Katowicz with his calf at 15.53. Next is Austin Kwiatkowski at his calf at 15.65. And to round out the class, we have Chloe Germain with her calf at 16.57. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you your 7th and final confirmation class of this evening.
My mind does it own you, control you. Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time.
Good evening, members. Can all 4-H members please make their way ringside, as soon I will be announcing who is qualifying for the Showmanship Championship class. I repeat, can all 4-H members make their way ringside?
Ain't it hard to settle down? Now ain't it hard to settle down? When in the dark you hear that freeway sound, and every morning in the sun, yeah, every morning in the sun. Well, it's every frozen chimney like a gun. So Indigo City, why do you get me down? Indigo City, kicking me to the ground. Now down in the cellar, lots of noise. Yeah, down in the cellar, lots of noise. Well, they keep on dancing, all the good girls and boys. And I can't stop to turn it off. No, I can't stop to turn it off. No, whisper something to you short and soft. So Indigo City, why do you get me down? Indigo City, kicking me to the ground.
Attention members and parents, I will now be announcing who is moving on for the Junior Showmanship Championship class. I will be reading them off by number. So we have 53, 45, 75, 57, 4, 71, 70, and 36. That is for Junior Showmanship. I will now announce the qualifiers for Intermediate Showmanship Championship class. So we have 32, 50, 22, 66, 3, 12, 1, 44, 59, 63, 31, and 18. I will now announce the seniors moving on for Senior Showmanship. 61, 23, 56, 38, 17, 46, 40, 29, 13, and 8. Does anyone need me to repeat?
Okay, this top trio was really tight. So, you know, there's give and take in all these calves. One of those individuals in the initial two, I like a bunch, and I think he's pretty impressive. The other one, there's some compromise. So honestly, that kind of second, third placing, you know, between the animals, it was really close. I'll try and describe the young lady's calf here. I like him a bunch from a structure standpoint. I think he's so long-bodied, really has a neat look to him in terms of balance. He's long and level out of his hip. He's high in his neck-shoulder attachment. He handles really fresh. Maybe doesn't have as much power, particularly out of his hip, as what those steers in front of him do. He gets just a little bit flatter out of his hip, a little bit flatter down to the base of his quarter, and arguably he's also probably thinner finish, just a little bit harder to the touch. But I do like his freshness. He's got a nice tone to his top, just doesn't have as much flesh and doesn't quite have as much power from behind. I don't think he sacrifices any dimension of muscle right behind his shoulder. It's just out of his upper hip and his lower stifle that maybe I don't read quite as much power in him. But I love his balance, love how he's put together for a heavyweight steer. He moves really well. Black steer that comes next in the lineup, you know, he's a big-bodied, bold-ribbed type of steer. He's got enough width to his pins, probably just a little bit more nondescript and stale in his top shape. He just wants to kind of round out over his loin edge, doesn't maybe project his muscle quite as deep into his lower quarter. He gets a little bit coarser down into his navel. Just a steer that doesn't have the same expression, same tone of muscle, and maybe just a little bit flatter in terms of his general shape and with the skeleton as you look at him from front to back. Big red calf that comes next, you like his length of body, he's got plenty of extension, you know, he's a big frame steer, and you could certainly take him to heavier weights too, because by no means is he too fat. He's one that gives you flexibility to feed more if you wanted to. That calf, to me, again, he's got enough bone and stoutness of underpinning to him. He just doesn't have the boldness of center body, doesn't have, again, the freshness and tone and expression of muscle laying down the top side of his skeleton, but a good, big, heavyweight steer that's got sufficient bone and gets out and moves with a little bit more ease than some of the other cattle in this class. Steer that comes next, you know, primarily he's a calf that's still got muscle and still moves out better than some of these other candidates in the class. You know, he's by no means the most attractive steer. He's a little bit low-headed. He wants to get a little bit easy and flat behind his shoulder. Same thing out of his pins. He kind of tapers back to his pins and flattens to the base of his quarter. But he's a big enough outline steer, again, and he moves out a bit more comfortably, particularly through his front third, than the red calves at the end of the class do. Black steer that comes next, you kind of like him as far as being a steer that still is laid in relatively smooth at his shoulder. He gets a little bit straighter in the angle to his shoulder, and consequently it throws off his balance. He wants to get easy behind his shoulder. He kind of pops up his rib and loin edge and kind of drops his pins. He's also kind of a flatter constructed, frailer bone, narrower made individual, so I just like to see him a little bit more powerful, a little bit heavier structured underneath with more muscle, but obviously tonight he does move out quite a bit better than these two calves. Steer that comes out next, you know, he's just got a sore front right foot in particular, just a little too hesitant tonight, obviously. And so a calf beyond that, though, if he was having a better days and felt better, he's still really respectable in terms of just his depth of body. He's got some shape and dimension to him. And same can be said for the steer on the far side. I read him as just a little bit narrower constructed, and really, aside from the fact that he's maybe not quite as lame, he doesn't get out much better through his front third either. He's awfully timid right through his shoulder and down into his pastern, a calf that off both sides of his skeleton from the front standpoint struggles pretty bad. So if I could just modify the structure on those two steers, they're big enough, they're heavy enough, they've got some condition, but I think it's just going to hold them back tonight.
So moving on to our paraded champions, we have number 17, Tyson Katowich, and number 8, Chloe Germain. Okay. Also, will be supper provided by the county, St. Paul County. Can I please call the junior showmanship class to the hitching ring as the competition will start promptly. We will now begin our Junior Showmanship Championship class. First entering the ring, we have number 4, Lennox St. Arnaud. Next, we have number 57, Olivia Michaud. Following is number 36, Jace Phelan. Next, we have number 45, Caleb Hoffer. And following is number 53, Emma Lavoie. Next, we have number 70, Paisley Trefanenko. Following is 71, Hudson Brusso. And last in the class, we have number 75, Casey Phelan. Ladies and gentlemen, I present our Junior Showmanship Championship class. Just a reminder to the juniors and all showmanship classes that Jordan Anderson will be your acting judge.
Alrighty. Ooh, that's loud. Let's give a big round of applause for these juniors. I always find it lots of fun to start with the junior group, mostly because it's kind of cool to watch. You know, all these members wear different colors. They come from different clubs, and it's really cool to watch the junior members progress all the way up to the senior members. Those seniors, they have some pretty good skills. I would really, really love for the juniors, when you're done, put your steer away, give them some food, give them some water, and then come back and watch the seniors. You learn so much from watching. That's one of the best parts of 4-H. You have an arsenal of knowledge, and they're all walking around on that side of the door. So, for our juniors, I'm going to apologize to all the parents and spectators for now. Most of my comments are going to be directed to these young people right here, mostly because that's why I'm here. I'm here to tell them exactly what they need to do to improve, how they can do better, how they can expand on themselves and make themselves into the best young showman they can be. And with that, I guess I'll begin. So, this little tidbit, which you're probably going to hear me say a few times, comes from the safety side of things. When you lead your steer, when you're walking at the very beginning, you want your hand to be this way. You don't want to get a thumb caught in your chain. You have more power this way, and that way if your steer goes to leave, you won't break your wrist when he goes down like this. If you're holding this way, you have your whole arm working against that steer, which, yes, they're 7 times the size of you. Still, it's a losing battle. But then you have a little bit more pull. And then when you turn around to show, that's when you hold your hand upright like you're holding a cup of tea. Okay? What's another one? One of my favorite ones is when you walk in the ring, ideally, when you're walking, you want to be looking at your judge. You're using all of the ring space that you can use. You're letting your steer walk as freely as he can, and you're just watching your judge to make sure you know exactly where they are. Once you stop your animal, wherever the ring ladies or ringmen tell you, that's when you set up your animal. So what we want is those front legs to be nice and square, and then you want that back right foot. You want the back right foot to be staggered just a little bit back. Basically, how I remember it is if your judge is in the middle of the ring, you want to be showing off basically your steer's underbelly. So if you were showing a heifer, you want the judge to see their teats. If you were showing a bull, you want the judge to see their testicles. So that's kind of what we think of is when we are staggering our steer, we want our judge to see the lack of testicles on our steer. Okay? Make sense? Cool. All right. Yeah, once you get them set up, look at your judge, look for those directions. Because as you go through your class, your judge tells you where he wants you to go, where you need to be, what you kind of have to be doing. So once your steer's set up, you just go and you watch your judge, you pay attention, and then you follow the directions of what they tell you to do. You don't need to saw your animal in half. I haven't seen it too much today, but some young members get a little bit too excited with their show stick. You don't have to saw your animal in half. You just have to scratch nicely. They like it. It's a good thing. Other than that, for you guys, I think that's pretty much it. When your judge touches your animal, wait until he's about an animal away, and then take out your comb and comb that hair back into place. You want your animal to be as pretty as it can be, okay? I guess I will go out and shake the hands of my champion, and then my reserve, and then my honorable mention.
So in first place for junior showman, we have Lennox St. Arno. In second place, we have Casey Feeland. And an honorable mention goes out to Hudson Brusso. Congratulations.
Next up, we'll have our intermediate showmanship class. Leading us off, we have Hannah Rosachuk. And then Cheyenne Klatt. And then Tyson Trefanenko. And then Kale Lavoy. Ethan Uremko. Tristan Brusso. Zach Germain. Kurt Uremko. Jaden Jean. Dagny St. Arnold. Haley Daniluk. And Nate Rezel. Could we please have the senior showmanship class make their way to the holding arena?
Wow. Give a big round of applause to these intermediates. You know, I've been to a few districts and I've judged a few different shows and clubs and all kinds of fun things like that. And a lot of the time, you don't see a district as strong as this. So give yourselves a big round of applause for that. In my mind, I'm not quite convinced of exactly how this class is going to go yet. I haven't quite figured it out. One note that I want to give to my intermediates is really work with those steers at home. You can tell when you have walked those steers into position so many times that it comes so natural to them. When they walk into the ring and they automatically stop when you stop in the ring and they stop in place, it's perfect. You can't ask for anything better. When you're showing your steer, you are presenting that animal to the best it can be. Yes, you play a large part in that. Yes, you have to be prepped and put together and cool and calm and collected, but that steer is the end goal, right? So, you know, little things, keep up with your tips, your little things from different people that you can learn. I think this class, all of my hand placements were good, all of my stick usage was good. My one that can't use a stick, she's doing phenomenal. You guys are doing really good. I'm gonna say the same thing I said to the juniors, is when you walk into the class, watch your judge, don't make it creepy, watch your judge, and then once you line up, set up your calf, then look back at your judge. Because your judge is still taking his time to look at the rest of the class before he looks at you. So you have that time, set that calf up, make him look as good as he can get, and then look at your judge for further instructions. I really like to see that you guys are friendly with each other. I haven't seen anybody yell at each other yet today, so that's a plus. This is a sport. We have to have some kind of teamwork that works with us. If we don't teach anything to the younger generation, then 4-H kind of dies. So you guys still have to maintain that teacher-like ability. And as you get older, there's always something you can teach to the younger generation. Take the time, spend it with your juniors, teach them all kinds of fun stuff, because that's very important. All right, I think I've talked long enough. I will go out and I will shake the hand of my grand, and then my reserve, and then my honorable mention.
So, for Grand Champion Showmanship, in first we have Ethan Yaremko. Reserve, we have Zach Germain. And honorable mention, we have Kurt Yaremko.
We will now start our Senior Showmanship Championship class. First into the ring, we have Chloe Germain. Next is Ashley Lecapoy. Next is Ty Deshane. Following, we have Tyson Katowicz. Next is Courtney Wurstjuk. Following is Luke Germain. Next we have Alyssa Jean. Following we have Lars St. Arno. Next we have Shaylin Klatt. And to round out the class, we have Emily Uremko. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to your Senior Showmanship Championship class.
Tonight I'm looking far past a bottle in my hand. Sometimes it's all the truth I can stand. I just follow the way the wind, it blows my plans. And I'm tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again. The story will find me, and I'll turn to words how I should have fallen for a bluebird. At least you know each spring they always return. And I've learned to capture this mixture of shadows and glory, hang them up like pictures on the wall, and stay laughing through my tears after it all. And I am tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again. Tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above, and I rise above once again.
Can all other 4-H members please make their way to the hitching ring?
They call me the juggler, 'cause I always have three lovers, and I burn through Trojan rubbers like no other. But when I'm not between the sheets, I'm busy staying undercover. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Yeah, 'cause Edith likes eating at East of Eden, where Wendy works on Wednesday evenings, and Donna Lee does her laundry 2 doors down. So when I'm out to eat with Edith, I'm always worried Wendy's watching, and equally that Donna Lee's gonna be around. And what's worse is Wendy lives by the Wally World, where Donna Lee goes to the pharmacy, and Edith's ex-old man's employed there. So I choose to keep a low profile and sneak around like it's going out of style, and try to keep these balls up in the air. Yeah, they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers. Sometimes I wish I had me a twin brother, because it takes a lot of steam making all that hubba hubba. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Yeah, but I had 3 more the month before, Tanya, Tina, and Isadora, but that all ended in a puddle of tears and blood. I had Tanya down for 10 to noon, and Tina turned up around 1 or 2, and Izzy used me all night like a stud. But one day Tanya showed up a little late, and Tina turned up a lot early, so fists were flying till Izzy came that night. I'm pretty sure it's the doors when they threw me on the floor, while Tanya and Tina punched and kicked and swore, and long story short, I lost the fight. Yeah, they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers. They come and go, but there's always another. Yeah, I guess I can't be pleased by just one lady's comfort. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Yeah, maybe someday I'll quit this fooling round, find someone to make me settle down, but I'd hate to be the one to make her suffer. 'Cause one of them days we'd go to town, and one of my friends would flag us down and say, "You know why everybody calls him the juggler?" And I'd have to explain that they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers, and I burn through Trojan rubber like no other. But when I'm not between the sheets, I'm busy staying undercover.
What a fun class. You know, I took away their show sticks and they smile at me. That's just so nice, you know? You end the day and nobody's yelling at me yet. Going on with that, it is just my personal opinion today. You guys can flip-flop this any way that you want to. My first, second, and thirds in all of my classes, they have all been within a hair of each other. It's that 1 second you're not looking, the one hair that was out of place, the one, like just one little tiny thing. So do not beat yourselves up over it. There's always next year. Keep trying. And hey, when 4-H is done, there's a world of opportunities out there for you. There's cattle being shown every day. Get yourself on a purebred group and away you go. You got a world ahead of you. Okay, for my seniors. You guys are doing really good. I guess let's give them a round of applause. What I really liked is when I switched their calves, every single one of these seniors gave me an answer to my question. I asked them what their favorite thing is about their new steer. They've had basically no time to evaluate them other than what they've had on the halter, unless they've seen them in the barns or what have you. These steers are basically unknown to them, and they all gave me very nice answers. Most of them were related to their body structure, their frame score, their finish, something along those lines. And a lot of them also came with, they set up really nicely, they walk really nicely, and they hold their heads really nicely. So that's all work that's done at home. So for our juniors and intermediates, work with your steer at home before they are 1,300 pounds. It is a lot easier to handle when they are small. For my actual seniors in this class, again, just being very mindful of where your calves' legs are exactly. I know it's a little bit tough without a show stick, and that's kind of what I wanted to do to you. You guys are the top of the club, you're the oldest, you guys are basically the mentors, right? So you guys have to be the ones to look and really, really work at it. Use your ring. Oh no, he's taking a nap. Use your ring to the fullest extent that you can. When you're walking your steer and you come in that gate, I want you guys to be over here, unless there's a gate in the way, but I want you to be over here. When your steer walks out, as nice as some of them do, you want all of the room. You want to see how free that steer moves. You want to see exactly how well that you can use your ring. You can not hide in the shadows, but you can still be present in the ring. So use all the space you can. You guys did really well on spacing yourselves out. I was never worried I was going to get kicked, so A+ to you guys. And you know what? If you guys have any questions, grooming or showmanship related, please come and ask me. I'm more than happy to tell you what you need to do or show you what to change. I love doing that kind of stuff. So I guess I'm going to go, shake the hands of my grand, my reserve, and then my honorable mention.
So in first place for senior showmanship, we have Emily Yaremko. In second place, we have Luke Germain. And as an honorable mention, we have Chloe Germain. Congratulations, everyone.
triple backflip off a rusted tire swing. Broken arm and trophy scars.
We will now announce the winners of the stall display, and our judge today was Penny Fox, so she will have a little write-up for you and some judging results.
Well, 4-H members, it's certainly been a long, warm day, but it looks like you've had a good day. So I'm Penny Fox from Community Futures, and Community Futures, my office is here in town, and we work with entrepreneurs, people that want to grow, build, start a business. So my eye today was on the marketing piece of today's journey for you. So what I was looking for was 3 things. I wanted to see if you could be seen. So when I walked into the barn back here, what did I see? When I looked around, wandered around, what could I see? What grabbed my eye and what grabbed my attention? I wanted to see that you were proud of the things that you're doing, proud of the sale and the show today. I'm proud of your club. And I also wanted to see that you were never giving up an opportunity to promote yourself. Because just like a business, every club needs to take every opportunity to show what they do, to show that they are really enjoying it, and to talk to people to give them an opportunity, because you never know who might be your next club member. So I was here first thing this morning at 11 o'clock, and all the displays were up and ready, so that was a great thing. I came back around 1:30, 2 o'clock. Things still looked pretty good, and then I came back at 5 o'clock, and even though it's been so hot, those displays were still looking pretty good. So I picked 3 winners, and they are: first place for Elk Point. So great job, club. When I walked into the room, my eye saw the red, saw your display, and as I walked over there, I could see by the display that you had, the little lights, all those little things matter, but what really took my eye was the photo album, because I spent some time going through that photo album today to find out all the good things that you guys have been doing, not just today, but all through the year, and I think it's actually a couple of years worth of information that's in there. So good job, congratulations. Second place was Boscombe. So when I walked in here today, and I'm not from an agricultural background, I grew up rural, but I've never been a 4-H club member, but that speaks rural to me. The display that you've got talks about what rural life is about. I really, really like the flowers that you brought in, and I noticed those cream cans that those flowers were sitting on. Nice job. The other thing is you guys made sure that that space was kept clean. And I saw multiple times sweeping going on to make sure that that floor was kept good. So good job. Third place to Goodridge. There is no doubt when you walk by any part of your stands that you're 4-H members and you're proud to be 4-H club members, because every stall has got the 4-H symbol on it. So that caught my eye. And I also like that you also had photos in that little red barn that I could walk up to and I could see all of the members in your club and that you guys were having a good time. So congratulations. So way to go. Thank you again for inviting Community Futures to do this for you today, and I hope that the rest of the day is just as successful.
Next, we'll have the rate of gain, and that goes to Hayden Phelan with a rate of gain of 3.76 pounds per day. Pardon? 3.76 pounds per day.
So now I will give out the judging results. I'll start with the juniors. In first place goes to Paisley Trefanenko. I don't have anything for you. I'm not sure.
It's right here.
Oh.
You know what? Just wait here. Just wait here.
I assume a picture.
Yeah, just wait there, Paisley.
Can all winners please gather around here, because I assume a picture would like to be taken. In second place goes to Lennox St. Arno. And in third goes to Caleb Hoffer. Moving on to the intermediates, in first place goes to Ethan Yaremko. Second place goes to Dej St. Arno. I don't think I'm saying that right. And third place goes to Cheyenne Klatt. For senior, the first place is Lexi Smith. Second place goes to Emily Yaremko. And third place goes to Ashley, I'm going to butcher your last name, Lekapoy. And now for the club judging results. In first place goes to St. Paul Multi-Club. Second place goes to Elk Point. And in third goes to Boscombe. I will now hand the mic over to the district beef president, and she will do thank yous.
So on behalf of the St. Paul District, I'd like to thank a couple people that made today possible. So if you could please come to the ring when we call your name. Our waymasters this morning were Jules and Guy Brousseau. Guy Brousseau, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can go on to our ring people.
Good.
Do you want me to do one at a time?
Yeah. Yeah, whatever you want.
We'd like to thank our ring people, Brooke Katawich,
Stopper.
Okay.
Cole Dodgson, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ian Brusso,
They might be having. There's the stopper. Okay.
our car judge teller, Heather Timko,
She's not gonna come down. She's gonna come down.
Yep.
our grooming judge, Edith Fontaine,
No, I was trying to get Heather to come down.
our showmanship and grooming judge, Jordan Anderson, thank you. Thank you. Our confirmation judge, Lance Leachman,
Yeah, it's right there.
thank you. Thank you. Our Community Futures representative for our stall display, Penny Fox.
Heather, come. Where's Heather? She was coming in here.
She's right there. She's over here.
Okay, we'll announce Brooke again.
Brooke Katawich as one of our ringmasters.
Ring mistress.
Brooke.
Our MCs, Ashlyn Trevenenko. Thank you. And Cooper McMillan. Thank you. And our auctioneer this evening, Miles Woke.
Thanks.
Thank
Ma'am?
you.
That's it. So just wrap it up. And then
Thank you.
Parade of Champions will be at 6:30. Time's it?
6:12.
6:30 Parade of Champions starts.
So that concludes our show for this evening, other than the Parade of Champions, which will start at 6:30 promptly. So there is supper in the lobby, and we'll do a thank you to some of our sponsors.
For everybody tuning in with us on DLMS today, if you guys are watching the show has come to an end. So what we are going to do is we are going to shut down the show broadcast. If you guys go back to your home page, we will open up the sale page. So we will be shutting down the show event and opening up the live sale page. On that sale page, you guys will be able to watch the Parade of Champions, where the Grand Champion Steer Selection will happen. And directly following the Champion Steer Selection, the sale will begin. So if everybody can please, in the next few minutes, go back to your home page, refresh that home page, go into the sale, live sale, and that's where you'll be able to tune in to watch the Parade of Champions with the Champion Steer Selection from Judge Lance Leachman.